So this is track 2, and this track is basically on international business. So there'll be some 11 participants would be there. 11 participants, 11 research papers will be presented during this particular track. And the time given would be 10 minutes roughly for presentation, and including 2 minutes for your query sessions. So before we just proceed, I think everybody has joined. We can just check if there's some problem in joining. Anybody has any problem in joining? Uh, I can just check with your mics and all.
I think all good.
Okay. So we have here 11 presentations. The first presentation is on the influence of social media on travel planning process and tourist locations. And the paper would be presented by Andres Good.
Hello, sorry. I will be presenting in behalf of Andres Gui.
Yeah, sure. Sure, please carry
Uh, Let me share my screen
on. Oh, yeah,
first.
sure.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible. It is visible.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle, and I'm excited to share insights from my research paper titled The Influence of Social Media on Travel Planning Process and Tourist Locations. Social media has revolutionized how people research, organize, and share their travel experiences. This research explored the transformative role of social media in travel planning and its impact on tourist locations. The evolution of social media has democratized content creation, empowering users to actively engage in information dissemination. It also has become a pivotal tool for destination promotion, offering valuable insights for the tourism sector. By fostering strategic connections between destinations and visitors, social media platforms empower governments, destination marketing organizations, and the tourism sector to gain invaluable insights into the target markets and tailor business strategies accordingly. From the perspective of travelers, social media platforms have revolutionized the trip planning process and destination selection. The use of user-generated content serves as a trusted resource for informed decision-making, while the interconnectedness facilitated by social networks enables travelers to share experience and influence the decisions of their peers. Indonesia, with its vibrant culture and stunning landscapes, has become a hotspot for social media users. 77% of Indonesians are actively engaged online, making it a prime market for digital tourism initiatives. Social media plays a significant role in showcasing the country's diverse attractions. However, internet access disparities remain a challenge. Now, let's talk about social media influencers. Whether you love them or hate them, you have to admit that these digital trendsetters wield a significant influence, especially in the travel sector. Social media influencers have emerged as key players in attracting tourists, especially millennials, to Indonesia. Despite concerns about user-generated content authenticity, collaboration with influencers have proven effective in promoting destinations. To address the problems, there's a growing trend towards integrating social media into the information and communication technology infrastructure of our smart urban destinations, offering travelers technology-driven experience that foster innovation and sustainability. This is the framework of our research. We have 7 variables. The study integrates quantitative research method focusing on social media users in Indonesia to explore their trip planning process and destination preference. Sampling techniques encompass non-probability methods, including accidental sampling. The sample size, consisting of 210 social media users, engage in trip planning and destination selection. Primary data sources are employed in the research, utilizing questionnaires distributed via Google Forms and Likert scales to gather data from social media users. Smart PLS software version 3.0 is utilized for the SEM-PLS estimation model. The majority of our respondents are males in the ages between 16 to 25 with undergraduate degrees who uses Instagram as their main social media and are mostly entrepreneurs. Our findings reveal intriguing insights into the relationship between various factors and trust in social media usage for travel planning. In this test, we examine the loading factor values with a threshold set at more than 0.5 for acceptability. Looking at the table, we observe that each variable indicator exhibits substantial loading values, well above the threshold. For instance, indicators under privacy concern, perceived threats, perceived enjoyment, and others all demonstrate loading factors exceeding 0.5. This signifies a strong convergence between the indicators and their respective contracts. Moving on to the discriminant validity test. Upon scrutiny, we find that all contracts exhibit satisfactory composite reliability and average variance extracted values, suggesting that they are sufficiently distinct from one another. Our research delves into various factors that influence individuals' decision to use social media for travel planning. We use the test for hypothesis testing with significance criteria set at a t-value greater than 1.658 or a p-value less than 0.05. The key findings indicated that privacy concerns and trust showed a positive correlation, though statistically insignificant, suggesting the importance of privacy in trust building. Perceived risk and trust exhibited a positive correlation, also statistically insignificant. Perceived enjoyment and trust displayed a significant positive correlation, highlighting enjoyment's impact on trust. Perceived value and trust were positively correlated but did not meet significance levels, indicating a nuanced relationship. Perceived usefulness and trust demonstrated a positive correlation, yet lacked statistical significance. Behavioral intention to use social media and trust had a significant positive influence, emphasizing the importance of intention in fostering trust. Our findings reveal insights into the relationship between various factors and trust in social media usage for travel planning. While privacy concern and perceived risk may not be statistically significant, perceived enjoyment and behavioral intention to use social media significantly influence trust. To capitalize on these findings, destinations can develop tailored social media strategies, leveraging engaging content and influencer collaboration to attract more tourists. Looking ahead, future research could explore emerging trends like augmented reality and virtual reality experiences in the travel sector. Additionally, investigating social media's impact on specific tourist demographics and destinations will provide valuable insight for marketers. In conclusion, social media has transformed the travel landscape, offering new opportunities for destination promotion and engagement. Thank you for your attention. Have a great day.
Yes. Okay, and thank you for the nice presentation, sharing information on the tourism industry, the use of social media and tourism industry in Indonesia. The house is now open for questions. If we have any questions, I just want to know which are the social media sites that you have used for your study.
I'm sorry, would you mind repeat?
Pardon? The social media sites that you've really used for your study. Which are the social media sites you've used?
We use Instagram, TikTok, and we also use Facebook, Google, and YouTube.
All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. So we have a next presenter. Yeah.
Now I would like to call our next presenter with paper ID 477 entitled Modeling for Smart Outsourcing Decisions Impact of Foreign Exchange Rate Volatility. Ma'am, please, can we have you on board?
Yes. Okay. 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 Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. So we have a next presenter. Yeah.
Now I would like to call our next presenter with paper ID 477 entitled Modeling for Smart Outsourcing Decisions Impact of Foreign Exchange Rate Volatility.
Ma'am, please, can we have you on board?
Now I would like to call our next presenter with paper ID 526 entitled Green HRM and Environmental Performance, Past, Present and Future Research. Moving on, now I would like to call our next presenter with paper ID 531 entitled Analysis of Eye Disease Classification from Fundus Images Using Different Machine Deep Transfer Layer. Moving on, now I would like to call our next presenter. Now I would like to call our next presenter with paper ID 526 entitled Green HRM and Environmental Performance, Past, Present and Future Research.
Thank you. Yes, I'm present. Let me share my screen once.
Yes, please.
Screen visible?
It will upload. Yeah, it is visible.
Yes, sir.
It is visible.
Okay. Let it be full screen. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Mohit Yadav. I'm currently working as associate professor at OP Jindal Global University, Jindal Business School. And the presentation title is Green HRM and Environment Performance, Past, Present, and Future Research. And there are like some of the big authors also there with me. Prashant Singh, Deepak Kumar Sahu, Subhashrikar, Nisha Gaur, Tasung, Ta Hui Hung, and Anugamini are there. And I'll start with my presentation. So this paper talks about doing a bibliometric review on the topic of green HRM and its impact on environment performance. So to do that, we have taken the study of Scopus articles, which are published from the year 2014 to 2022. And out of around 100 or so papers which we found on the Scopus website, 71 Scopus articles are taken to do the bibliometric review. The software which are used are BiblioShiny and WAS Viewer to do that. And I'll talk about what we have found out with the help of the literature and the analysis. So why we have taken green HRM and environment performance is because uh, in uh, in the HR domain, there are so many functions which are there, like starting from planning, then recruitment, then going forward to training, performance appraisal, then compensation, and green HRM is different from normal processes because it helps to learn and educate employees at different levels to be greener. It's not only related to the policy changes while doing the activity, it is also trying to change the behavior and the pattern of working of the employees while going through every phase of the HRM cycle. So there were quite some studies in the last decade or so, and talking about the linkages and the importance of green HRM related to different output at individual or organizational level. So this paper focuses upon doing the analysis upon what the literature says about the link of between GHRM and environment performance. So there are quite some studies, and based upon this only, we came to our research questions. There were three basically. How has the volume and trajectory of research in green HRM and environment performance evolved over time? What insight can be gained from analyzing high cited literature on the linkage based upon what future direction it will take us? What are the key themes and associated keywords within the literature related to the linkage? So to do that, why we have taken bibliometric review compared to other methods of SLR is because it is more visual in nature, and it is more presentable, and it gives lot of insight. When you compare it to other methods of meta-analysis and content analysis, right, it is more robust in nature, and it gives output on the real time basis. So while doing this analysis, as I already mentioned that there are one or two journals articles. So we have removed all the other papers comparative, like conference proceedings and book chapters. And also we have removed papers which are not in English language for to do the analysis properly. So we have limited our study to only English papers published in English language. So that software which is used is BiblioShiny, which is an extension of R, and which is based upon R only. And then we have used WAS Viewer and Excel to do the further analysis. So although the analysis is quite extensive in nature, but for the limitation of the page numbers, we have limited our analysis based upon only few outputs. Talking about first is the number of papers. So as you can see, there's an exponential change from what we started at 2014, and when we move forward. So the study when we did in 2022, the papers were only 14, but I've extended this paper in research paper for journal publication. So in 2022, the papers on the linkage also overtook 2021's paper, uh, and they stand 40. So while this study was taken, it was 14, but after the completion of 2022, it was 40. Talking about country-wise analysis, as you can see in the image, the lot of study has focused on this linkage in Asia comparative to Western context, comparative to Australia or Europe or Americas or Africa. So in Africa, it is totally absent, but in Asia, it is concentrated at Pakistan and China and India. The journals are also of a good quality. So that means there's a huge acceptance of these kind of topics, and which is quite contemporary in nature. So as you can see, the highest number of papers and citations of these publications are into top class FT and like ABDC A and A star papers. So as you can see, JBE is there at the number one position. Then Technological Forecast and Social Change is there. Then International Journal of Hospitality Management is there. Cleaner Production is there. Asia Pacific Journal of Management is there. Then Strategy and Environment is there. And then IJHRM is there. So they are all A and FT papers, journals are there. So which symbolizes that if somebody tries to get into these topics, there's a huge acceptability of this topic in the good quality journals. So which basically gives an insight that we can aspire for this topic in near future as well. And this is the basically idea of doing bibliometric analysis, that where we are and where we want to go. Is it still relevant? This showcases that it is still relevant. Then talking about co-citation network. So while doing the co-citation network, we created based upon the linkages between different networks of co-citation. The four themes which came in the picture are highlighted in different colors: red, green, yellow, and blue. And these co-citation networks of different colors symbolizes the themes also. So like red network showcases and concentration of topics related to impact of green HRM on environmental performance. On the other hand, that green network, which is there, I'll not go into detail about who is doing what, which author. These are talking about co-citation network. So green showcases the latest trend, yellow showcases the latest practices, and blue symbolizes the future direction. And talking about the moderators and mediators and in the papers. So by the help of co-citation network, what we get to know is that what kind of network of people of co-citation while doing co-citations publishes what kind of paper, what kind of themes they are publishes in, which is more relevant. So are you, if you look at the red cluster, it showcases that it is more prevalent. So the impact of GHRM on EP is more prevalent nowadays comparative to practices, GHRM practices at different functional level, and the trends or future directions. So in near future, you can plan based upon this what kind of topic you want to get into in this particular domain. Then keyword analysis is there. Keyword analysis also we did with help of WAS viewer. So with help of this also, there are some themes which we came out based upon the color combination, and which talks about what kind of theories, what kind of practices, what kind of mediator or moderator are prevalent in these. And this is basically helps us in understanding that what kind of linkages are have been studied, and in with what extent. So is it used a lot, or is it still there's a scope? So with help of this, we get to know what are the mediators, what are the moderators, what theories are used in these this linkages. So as you can see at the first theme, business sustainability measures and theory of green HRM. So we can, with the help of this, we can find out that what kind of theories are used. AMO theory is used a lot in this linkage. Then social identity theory is used also a lot. Hotel industry showcases that there's a acceptance of this study in hotel industry, hospitality industry. A lot of studies are focused upon this linkage. Since there's a lot of used to be a lot of wastages, so to control that in hotel industry, green HR or green marketing, green operations are used and studied a lot. Similarly, on this concept also, there are a lot many studies in hotel industry basis upon that. So then talking about green HRM practices, its second theme, which talks about this, it showcases that what are the various practices green HR talks about. So green HR talks about green recruitment, selection, green skill, green performance. So these are the subtopics in within the green HRM practices, which are quite relevant and used. Then talking about mediators, what kind of mediators have been studied between the linkage of GHRM and EP. So pro-environmental behavior, environmental management strategy, green organizational culture, allocation of resources. These are the few moderators which are used in top quality journals. Since we have limited ourselves to a specific niche of papers, so this is what they have used till now. Then talking about green management, management, and what are the topics which they have covered? So energy, strategy, manufacturing they have covered, and what are the latest trends in this particular domain? So they have gone in the direction of sustainability, sustainable development, or green employee empowerment. So why we have done used bibliometric analysis, because it helps us to go further, although it is more descriptive in nature. But by using description, we can also plan what kind of studies we can go into future. This is the basic reason for doing SLR, to go and plan where we want to go. But there are certain limitations also of this study, because we have limited this to only Scopus publications, and good publications are not limited to only Scopus. We could have used WS also. Would have used Scholar also. So there's a huge plethora of literature available. But then, since we have a limitation of accessibility, so we limited it ourselves to only Scopus. So while doing this, extending this research in more like for a journal format, we tried to use WS also, and it gave not quite different result, similar result than that. This is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, respected sir. That was an amazing presentation. Now, I would request the session chair to ask the questions, if any, and concluding with marking judgment sheet.
Uh, the house is open for questions if anybody has any questions. Thank you for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you,
Sir.
ma'am. Thank you, Siraj. I have quite some papers, so I have asked a few of my co-authors to present at my behalf, since I have a
Yes.
bad throat. So they're all available and online. They'll present.
Okay, sir.
Thank
Noted.
you. I'll also be online. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, doctor. Thank you. The session is also joined by our another session chair, Dr. Kirti Janani. Dr. Kirti Janani, are we audible? Dr. Kirti, can you hear us, Dr. Kirti? I think your mic is muted. Dr. Kirti? Dr. Kirti? Can you hear us, Dr. Kirti? Okay, maybe there's some technical problem. We can just go ahead with the second presentation when maybe.
Moving on, now I would like to call our next presenter with paper ID 534 entitled Inclusion of Neural Networks in Higher Education, a Systematic Review and Bibliometric Analysis.
Next part.
Moving on, now I would like to call our next presenter with paper ID 535 entitled From Tweets to Talent, Tracing the Trajectory of Social Media and Recruitment.
Am I audible, gentlemen?
Yes, you are.
Ma'am, good morning, all of you, my co-presenters, and all the research persons available. Uh,
We can't hear you. Dr. Saroj, can you hear us? Dr. Saroj, can you hear us?
Is my PPT visible, ma'am?
Not as of now. It
Is it visible now?
is visible. It is visible now. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Very good morning, all of you. Now, as the title suggests, from tweets to talent, tracing the trajectory of social media in recruitment. The background of this research is that earlier the recruiters were using traditional methods for recruitment, but at the advent of all the social medias like uh, or Facebook, then LinkedIn, and Insta, Twitter, now it's X. So there is a paradigm shift in the searching for the workforce. Actually, they have now more and more relying upon the social media platform to search the quoted workforce. So the basic concept is that in what way the social media is benefiting the organization for recruitment. That is the whole story, actually, the background of the piece of work. And what we have done is uh, we have analyzed a lot of things like we have collected almost 89 papers. Almost 89 papers out of, we have analyzed a lot of papers and we have selected roughly 89 papers. And we have found out the relationship between, the nexus between the social media platform and this hiring process, HR process that we have done actually. And the advantage of companies relying upon social media platform is that they can actually to larger extent know the behavioral dynamics, the interpersonal dynamics, as well as the where they can be fitted in the organization beforehand to a larger extent. Because from the social media, at least they can get some idea about what type of workforce they are going to recruit. So basing upon this, we have identified four major objectives, out of which two are the primary objectives and two are the secondary objectives. First of all, we will be finding out the pattern and frequency of publication on social media uses and recruitment practices. That means we have to identify what are the research which has been done with the relationship between the social media uses and the recruitment practices. And then we will be highlighting who are the major, I mean, the well-known or significant authors, those who have highlighted this relationship. These are the two primary objectives, and the two secondary objectives, though I have not mentioned it primary and secondary, but the secondary objectives can be to identify where the new researchers, those who want to embark on this particular area, can publish their papers. And finally, who are the major significant publishers and the maximum cited journals or papers that we will be identifying, so that it will be easy, will make ease for the researcher to publish their papers. So data we have collected from obviously Scopus database. The result is that it is well recognized worldwide, Scopus database, and obviously, and to our convenience also, we have used Scopus database, and also it provides that academic papers have some reputations and all. So that's why we have taken the Scopus database. Though there are other databases also, but we have confined to Scopus database for our convenience. Other than convenience, okay, we can rely upon their database. So we can continue with that. And what we have done out of this, we have taken in November 2023, actually, we have analyzed 2,360 documents. 2,360 documents. With our co-authors, we have selected 89 out of it. So we have picked 89 common publications or common documents which has been selected by, mostly 89 documents which has been selected by all our co-authors, which articles are related to the nexus between social media and the recruitment process. So 89 is the number of publications we have used for our study. And then what we have done, instead of doing this SLR, systematic literature review, to make it more meticulous, we have used few software packages along with our co-authors. Then, like our bibliometrics, Bibliosny and VOS Viewer. So we have used these bibliometric packages, and then our research has been conducted. Now, as I said, the time span was between 2010 to 2023, almost 13 years. And we have reviewed 75 journals. Out of 75 journals, 89 documents, just now I have stated 89 documents out of roughly 2,360 documents, we have selected 89 papers. And out of these 89 papers, 73 were having multiple authors and 16 were authored by single authors. And if you see the graph over here, if it is visible, you can see that in 2016, 2016, 16 papers were based upon this linkage between the social media platform and recruitment process. In 2020, 14 papers, and 2021, 11 papers. Altogether, in this 5 years, 2016 to 2021, 41 papers have studied on the linkage between social media platform and hiring process, recruitment process. So it is almost 50%. So it's a novelty in the area. It's a new innovative area where further research can be done, because it's a new trend that social media platform is helping in recruitment process. That shows, because 41 means out of 89 papers we have studied, finally selected, 41 means roughly 50% of the papers are on this one, this linkage between social media and recruitment practices. And the other findings which you have cited over here is that top journals we have seen over here, top journals. These are the top journals actually we have cited. We have collected data out of this social media in employee selection and recruitment. 5 articles we have collected journal, and these are the top 10 journals out of we have cited. And if we am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. You're audible.
So out of these top 10 journals, if you see roughly 23 journals, if we count it, 23 articles, and roughly 25% of the research articles are in top 10 journals. Out of 89 journals which you have selected, 23 journals, that is almost 25% of the research papers are in top 10 journals. So this contributes a lot to finding out the linkage between social media platform and the hiring process. And then we have found out who are the key contributors. Key contributors, and we can find out that Mr. Lewis and then Smith are the contributors. They are the contributors, those who have contributed more on this linkage between recruitment and social media platform users. So these are the gentlemen those who have contributed more. Now, another findings which you have done is that the top 10 countries. Now, if you see it meticulously, USA, UK, Australia, and these are the top 10 countries, those who have contributed more. Now, this SCP stands for single country publication. Now, in USA, we have collected from USA 16 articles. Out of the 16 articles, 14 are by single country publication. That means the entire 14 articles belongs to the USA only. 2 articles are multiple country other than USA. Similarly, UK 4, SCP 4, and this MCP is 1. So MCP stands for multiple country publication, SCP stands for single country publications. And the MCP ratio stands for percentage of articles that has been published with collaborations with authors from different countries. And here we can see Belgium and Turkey and Belgium is having these two countries are having the highest MCP. That means their collaboration with foreign countries are more, even related to USA and these other countries. And again, these are the top 10 most cited publications as per our study during the period from our study from 1143. Then what we have done finally, keyword analysis. Now this is a major area of discussion. In keyword analysis, after this keyword analysis, our finding is that we have categorized it under 6 heads or 6 clusters. And if you see this green one, this green colored shows how the job seekers use social media. Their emphasis is on how the job seekers seek social media, not from the recruiter's point of view, job seekers actually. And then the red cluster over here, this emphasizes on the relationship between social media and the recruitment practices. That means basing upon the keywords, we have analyzed the papers and we have categorized it under 6 heads. And these are the clusters which you have marked in the figure. The second is red. Red says what? The relationship between social media and the recruitment process. And also it also emphasizes on the personal well-being, the mental health of the workforce and all. So these articles based upon that linkage, social media, recruitment process, and the social well-being of the personal well-being of the workforce. And third one is yellow cluster. Yellow cluster, a small one over here. Yellow cluster, if it is visible, you can check it. The small yellow clusters over there. They actually study, this article study actually emphasizes on the credibility of social media in recruitment process. It is not about the linkage. What is the credibility of social media and recruitment process, the credibility part. They have emphasized on that. And the blue one studies the trend and pattern in hiring process and social media. Trend. What are the trends, pattern, or the mechanism tools there? Normally, it is followed by the recruiters when they are hiring workforce through social media. That those articles emphasizes on that. And the purple one estimates ethical issues. The purple one over here, they emphasize on the ethical issues. They emphasize on the ethical issues in social media and hiring process. And finally, the sky blue, the lighter ones over there, they emphasize on social media and technology. The linkage between technology, social media, and the recruitment process. So the basing upon the keywords, we have segregated it into 6 sets, and these are the outcomes of them. And finally, after this piece of work, we have concluded the study showcases. It's a new study. As we saw, almost 50% of the articles are post 2016 up to now. It gives there is a complete paradigm shift in usage of social media and hiring process. And whoever wants to do further research, it's wide open. We can rely upon this particular uh, platform, and this relationship can be further improved with further investigations and all. And we can also shift our database from Scopus to other database, and we can do further research on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, respected sir. That was an amazing presentation. I would request the session chair to ask the questions, if any, and concluding with the marking judgment sheet.
So that's a wonderful presentation, very interesting presentation that you've given. And you also used a number of permutations and combinations to analyze your, paper. There are a few things which I have just noted here. You also mentioned about one author, and then you also mentioned that there are a few papers which are of multiple authors. So I just wanted to know, has that also made any difference in your results or your analysis? Have you seen some differences happening? Because
definitely, ma'am. Suppose we have authors from different countries, views will be a kaleidoscopic view. Otherwise, it will be one-dimensional. So it is better to have a different perspective from different authors from different countries.
okay, so that's
So
showing
in
somewhere
this
in your
particular paper, one
analysis.
of our authors is from Vietnam.
Okay.
So his view also matters to us because their view, their study, their recruitment process in Vietnam is slightly different from Indian context and all. So we can have a different view. That is
Okay.
the advantage.
And you've also mentioned about the top journals. So what criteria you have chosen those top journals? Is it based on some criteria?
Actually, it was a selection. Actually, we have been the number of cited these top journals cited. How many people they have cited for the last 10 years and so. So we, based upon that only, you have selected it because okay, it might be slightly faulty, might say that, but as it is cited more number of times by different authors from different countries, so we assume that okay, they might be in the top ranked journals related to that.
Okay. Okay. Any questions? Anybody have any questions? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I would like to call our next presenter.
Good morning, sir. Dr. Mohan this side. I missed my presentation. Can I present right now?
Yes, you can. You can tell us the paper ID, please.
534. ma'am.
Okay. In the meantime, you can just load your you can share your presentation. I just wanted to make sure Dr. Kirti Jonani, is she there?
Is my presentation PPT is visible, ma'am?
You can just share your PPT, please. Dr. Saroj, you can please unshare your slides.
May I present my paper, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Good morning, ma'am, and chairperson, and all the faculty member, researcher present here. I'm Dr. Mohan from Sri Guru Gobind Singh University, Gurgaon. My topic of research is inclusion of neural network in higher education, a systematic review and bibliometric analysis. One second. The goal of elevating higher education to suit shifting societal and industrial need has led to development of many projects, including educational data mining based on neural networks. This research article presents a systematic review on how neural networks have been applied to improve educational results and teaching and learning process, and address issues faced by higher educational institutions by analyzing wide range of studies. A thorough bibliometric analysis was carried out to academic work on the use of artificial neural network in higher education. Through comprehensive bibliometric analysis of 325 research articles taken from Scopus database, we identify the evolution trend of publication, selling feature of research, and most prolific contributors in terms of researcher, countries, and institutions in the rapidly developing field. Problem Shiny using our software and whatever utilized to analyze the data. This study contribute to the existing scholarly conversation by highlighting trend, research gap, and potential future direction. It also provide information for the process of decision making involving the incorporation of artificial neural network in context of higher education, especially. The current study focus on the intersection of psychology research, machine learning, and education, particularly focused on the neural network and data mining techniques in higher education. Machine learning inspired by psychology research on learning is seen as valuable extracting knowledge from educational data. The incorporation of neural network into higher education allow for student modeling using various data sources, leading to development of predictive model for student performance. Uh, Challenges arise when creating customized features reflecting student behavior. Educational data mining becomes very crucial for understanding key variables that affect students' performance with advanced technique like neural network being effective in analyzing hidden information in large data sets. Through research, we answered three research questions. First question is what has been the publishing and contributing factor in higher education system for field of neural network? What are the central theme of neural network research in field of higher education? What are the research can be pursued in the future to advance the area of neural network in higher education domain? The research methodology we used in our research, the information for this study was sourced from a Scopus database only, since it offered the most thorough coverage of peer-reviewed research article for quantitative analysis. The research thing we used in our study, neural network with combination of higher education, and we used only final published article published in English language only. This study was conducted over 2 decades from 2003 to 2023 timeframe, but the year 2003, 4, and 5 have no article published in higher education using neural networks. These documents were manually reviewed. The study was initiated with the 325 articles on neural network in higher education, limiting the selection of articles, reviews, and notes for further research. Okay, the total source include these 325 research articles was published in 172 journals. Total authors was 936, and annual growth rate of research article is 12.66%. The average citation per document is 12.93. Okay, this is the answer for research first research question. Annual scientific production, as is shown in figure 1, a publication in the incorporated domain started growing from 2006, 5 research articles, then come to the minimum in 2015. Only 2 research articles was published. Again, start increasing from 2016, 9 research articles, and reached to peak into 2022. 78 research articles were published. Till May 2023, 25 articles are published in the area of neural network in higher education. These are the most prolific journals that contribute the maximum research article in the domain of neural network using in higher education, use of neural network in higher education. Applied Sciences at number 1 position by contributing 12 research articles. In the same way, IEEE Access and wireless communication and mobile computing contributing 11 research articles each. And complexity journal is at 10th position by contributing 4 research articles. These are the most cited research articles. First position, predicting academic performance of studies from big data using deep learning model, gained 192 citations. This articles was published in 2020. A multi-analytical approach to predict the Facebook users in higher education. This research article is published in Computer in Human Behavior and published in 2016 and gained a total of 180 citations. In the same way, predicting instructor performance using data mining techniques in higher education is at 10th position. This article is published in IEEE Explore journal, published in 2016 and gained 94 citations. With average citation 11. Okay. This is the analysis of author's keyword. The keyword analysis results the formation of
मैम 1 मिनट बचा है इनका तो फिर
uh,
10:32 पे शुरू कर
Here, first cluster is formed by author keywords such as neural network, data mining, forecasting, backpropagation, and academic performance. While artificial neural network, machine learning, education, sport, vector machine, and student collectively make the second cluster. In the same way, educational computing, learning systems, student big data, technique, teaching, and higher education all together form the third cluster. In all 3 clusters, there is a optimum mix of artificial neural network with education
Hello.
is same. Hence, it helps us to predict that there is a wider scope of
Excuse
to
me, sir.
increase. Yes, ma'am.
So we respect your presentation. However, we are strictly follow the timelines of 10 minutes. out of which 7 minutes is for presentation and 3 minutes are for questioning.
Okay, ma'am. Just 2 slides as well. Thank
Sure,
you.
sir.
Hence, it helps us to predict that there is wider scope to increase academic performance with the inclusion of neural network in higher education. Uh, to provide insight into the most popular publication, prominent author, affiliation, predominating nation, and highly referenced research article in the area of neural network in education. The bibliometric study gives significant information for future scholars who are interested in renowned journal in this area, as well as insight into the field of information and publication practice. To improve the usefulness of neural network in higher education system, future researchers can focus on developing sophisticated artificial neural network models that are more accurately capture complex patterns. Neural network model can more effectively account for emotions and market sentiment when they use sentiment analysis techniques like NLP, social media analysis, and news sentiment analysis. These advancements would offer more reliable and precise prediction of how higher education institution would perform, which would benefit students, society, and country as a whole. Future direction of the study. This study restricted focus on the research article published in the English language and used the Scopus database only alone. The outcome could be changed by adding more information from additional database like Web of Science. Future researcher can emphasize new technology with neural network to study contribution in higher education. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, respected sir. That was an amazing presentation. I would request the session chair to ask question, if any, and concluding with marking the judgment sheet.
We can proceed for the next line of questions. Thank you for the presentation. Next presentation.
So now I would like to call paper ID 536 entitled Unleashing Big Data in Entrepreneurships, Trends, Challenges and Prospects.
Thank you. I'll again present the paper. Let me share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Dr. Mohit, it is visible?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So my name is Mohit Yadav, and currently I'm associated with the OP Jindal Global University as associate professor in the field of HR and OB. So the title for this presentation is Unleashing Big Data in Entrepreneurship, Trend, Challenges, and Prospect. So again, this paper is based upon a bibliometric review, as all of my papers are. So this paper delves into the relationship between the use of big data in entrepreneurship, and why we have used this theme or paper is because in the field of startups, this and also it's a field of using big data and and data analytics. So this relationship between big data and entrepreneurship is really booming, and we wanted to know that the insight upon the past researches, so that what we can get into in the present and future studies. So to do that, we used a bibliometric review of understanding how the trend has been till now, and around 500 or so papers we found of journal, which is a really huge number comparative to what we have found in other themes. So in other themes, the papers which have been published are really limited, 100 or 200. But this relationship between big data and entrepreneurship is a huge plethora of research, and which made us guess that what are the countries and what are the universities which are doing these studies Is it something really concentrated at one place, or is it something which is diversified across the globe where the phenomena is happening? So to do that, there are a couple of research questions which were drafted to do the bibliometric and channelized bibliometric review with the help of VOS Viewer and BiblioShiny tool of extension of R. And like what we have found out is that this is the result. So the most of the concentration of the study is in China. So before I come to this table, this is a table which showcases that how different and how much ahead Chinese researchers are on this domain. So as you can see, there are 168 articles which originated out of around 500 papers only from China. And there's a manifold increase from what Western countries or Indians are doing. And that is totally symbolizing that in the last 1 decade or so, how the Chinese entrepreneurs have evolved. Use of big data, use of analytics in their daily lives, and they are doing businesses, which is totally symbolic of what kind of research is happening in this particular domain. So 168 articles have been published only by China, and and then second is US, UK, and Italy, which are far behind. They are only in 2 digits, 20s, tens. So there's a huge difference, and which is also symbolic in the institutions which are doing these researches. So as you can see, most of these universities are only from China only. Jilin and Wuhan and Hunan, Shanghai, and again Wuhan Business School and Jiang University, right? All these universities and institutions are from China. There's not a single university from India in the top 10 research institutions in the field of big data and entrepreneurship. So this, like by doing this, by looking at the researches, what you can basically, it's totally symbolic of what kind of trend is happening in what part of the world. So by looking at these researches, since they are like catering to what industry is asking for. Also, in the top cited articles, also there is one Indian only, Dubey 2020, which is published in International Journal of Production Economics. And other than that, there are all foreign foreign authors. I also want to showcase this where is that table? Let me show you. Not able to move this. Wait. Where is that table? Yeah. Give me a second. Yeah, this is it. So if you look at this co-occurrence table, a co-occurrence image of WAS viewer, what is basically deciphered out of this is that the clusters of research. The clusters of research in the linkage between big data and the entrepreneurship. So there are around 4 clusters. The green cluster talks about education. There's lot many studies on educational entrepreneurship, which are focusing on use of big data, right? Second, which is a big cluster, is red cluster, is talking about decision making. So how entrepreneurs are using big data is into entrepreneurship and education. The third cluster is talking about, which is yellow in nature, is data handling and data storages. And the fourth cluster is about machine learning, right? Which and data visualization. So these 4 clusters, which are showcased in green, red, yellow, and blue, symbolizes that what kind of themes is emerging from the studies so far. So there's lot many studies on educational purposes, not many studies on entrepreneurship education, and since then there's lot many studies on data analytics. Then there's comparatively limited study on data handling and also machine learning. So the limited studies showcases that there is a scope for the future researches. And these two themes, yellow and blue themes, have emerged just in last 2-3 years, which showcases that what kind of themes are coming up in the near future and where there is a scope of doing further research. So the limitations remains the same, that we have used the Scopus databases, and there's a in the future researches we can and then since there's more of biggest limitation is that since the lot of studies have come from China, but we have limited our study to English language. So there are so many journals which are Chinese in nature, that means which publishes their content in Chinese and not English. So all those publications have been removed from this analysis because it would have been difficult for us to do a comparative analysis. So by using Chinese as one of the languages of doing further research, and then we have also a co-author from Vietnam, who has just joined us to do the content analysis in Chinese in the near future. So we will take this forward, this study forward, and try to be more thorough, more rigorous in our studies in the future on this domain. And since there's a lot of researches comparative to what other domains are publishing on, right, which showcases interest of not only academia but also the management and entrepreneurs in the near future. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, respected sir. That was an amazing presentation. I would request the session chair to ask question, if any, and concluding with marking the judgment sheet.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. There are no questions. We can proceed for the next presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mohan. Thank you.
Now, I would like to call our next presenter with paper ID 538, Big Data in Education, Past, Present, and Future.
Okay. We also joined by Dr. Kirti. Dr. Kirti, can you hear us? Dr. Kirti?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Your voice is audible. Very good morning.
Good morning. So we're joined with Dr. Kirti. Dr. Kirti has a very rich background, and she has done her master's with a gold medal, and she's also holding a PhD degree from Pacific University, Udaipur. And presently, she is working as an associate professor at IRM Jaipur. Most welcome, Dr. Kirti. She's also one of our session chairs. Welcome to Amity University, and welcome to this conference on IEEE.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the invitation of this as a session chair in the conference. Thank you so much. It's pleasure to be a part of it. Thanks for inviting.
We can go ahead with this next presentation.
So please, 538, Big Data in Education, Past, Present, and Future. Please present your paper.
Hello, ma'am. This is Rahul Khurana. Should I present this? Hello. Hello. Am I audible, ma'am? Hello. Hello.
You're audible, Rahul. Please
Okay,
go ahead.
okay. So hello everyone. Myself Dr. Rahul Khurana, and today I'm here to present our paper, that is Big Data in Education, Past, Present, and Future, for me and my on behalf of my co-authors. So So this would be the flow of presentation. I would first be talking about the abstract of this paper. So basically what we have done here in this paper is we have done a bibliometric examination of 303 research papers published between 2012 and 2023 in Scopus database, which have explored the big data in school education. We have looked for the publication patterns, most cited articles, prominent authors and their affiliation, and their corresponding countries. The results assist the researchers in picking the most reputable journals for their further publications by offering the keen data about how the area has turned out to be. And the further examination has focused on defining the more refined models that can use big data in the schooling. So let us come to the basic introduction. So what big data is, as we all know, any data which has a high volume, variety, velocity, veracity, and value is considered to be as big data, because data has transformed various industries and the schooling is not untouched by it. So big data in education, as we analyze the various articles that we come across while doing this research, we understand that there are various fields in which the big data has potentially transformed the teaching and learning, such as it has made the education experience more personalized and targeted for the students. It has helped the institution in analyzing the and managing the students' concern by also establishing a track of the students' achievements, optimizing their teaching models, and aligning the institutional activities more effectively, and advancing their training administration, and so on. So this is how the field has been evolving, and how the education institutions are using the big data for teaching their students. So what are we doing in this study? So we are focusing on the research questions, such as like what are the latest patterns in big data on schooling, and including the during the period of 2012 to 2023. Then we have focused which are the major journals which are publishing the studies on big data in education. Then we have looked which are the institution, countries, and authors who are most active around this area, and what are the major papers, and how they have evolved their studies by using the keyword analysis. So this was the methodology we have done. We have selected the papers using the Scopus database and doing the article screening. Out of 400 articles which we come across during this period, we have selected 303 based on different parameters like language and the subject area, and also doing some manual filtering. We have analyzed it using the bibliometric analysis and the network analysis, for which we have used different softwares like R, Bibliometrics, BiblioShiny, and BossViewer. So this is the basic results which we get out of this. So these are the all the articles were sourced from 152 journals. The number of articles were 303, and these are the basic parameters of the data set which we done the further analysis. Based on these analysis, what we found that these are the most prominent authors who have published around this area. As you can see, most of them are belonging to China, and the similar results are found uh, when we look to the corresponding authors country-based distribution. As you can see, the most of the authors are from China and USA itself, and India and other countries are lagging very far behind as compared to these China and USA. Similarly, this can be seen in their affiliations. As you can see, the most of the major affiliations which are publishing in this area are from either China or from the USA. This is the country-wise distribution of the papers. As you can see, these are the uh, frequencies of production, and these are the most cited articles. And as you can see, on there are many US based articles that have been mostly cited, and only one or two articles are there from this is the Gupta B 2015 and Dubey 2015, which have citation around of 100 in the publications. So this is the most important part of our research which we have done. This is the keyword analysis, which by the help of which we are analyzing how the different papers published around the big data in education are linked toward each other. So as you can see, first cluster which have formed here is of this the red color cluster, which represents by the red color that these involves how the big data in education revolves around the information analytics, how the decisions are made, how the personalized learning is evolving, the learning analytics and early detection systems. So this revolves around these such areas. Whereas this blue clusters, it revolves around the teaching, quantity evaluation, entrepreneurship education, rectification system, and transformations. While the green cluster is mainly focused on using the AI in the big data, like when you are using the artificial intelligence on the base of this, the big data you are collecting about the students or the teaching methods, how the AI is being used on this and how the like learning models are being developed. So like there are different learning models, like machine learning models, which are based on those particular data, and these models are evolving. So such kind of papers are included in this culture, in this cluster. And the last major cluster was this yellow color cluster, which involves the different education fields in which the big data is being analyzed and used, such as physical education, data mining, and different teaching methods. So this is the major finding which we have concluded out of this paper, that these are the major areas in which the working is being done. And on the basis of this, we have identified some gaps which can be worked upon in the future by the researchers, such as they can uh, understand what are the ethical implications of using big data, since there are always the issues of this privacy and algorithm biases. So these issues can be researched upon in the future works, and the efficiency of the big data analytics can also be checked upon, and how the big data is being used in particular decision making and policy formation can be checked if these policies are in line with the students' benefit or not. Similarly, there are other directions such as predictive analysis, curriculum development, feasibility, and how to measure the growth and performance. So these can be the areas which the researchers of future can work upon based on this study. And so to conclude, this study has given us the publishing trends, the prominent articles, the notable writers, institution, as well as the international collaboration among these particular studies. And though he have seen this in this study that the trend is being increased as the number of publication throughout the different years is getting on increased in this particular area. And we have looked upon what can be the future directions and the current trend using the keyword analysis. So that's all from my side. These are the references which we have used in this paper. So thank you. So any questions?
Thank you so much, respected sir. That was an amazing presentation. I would like to request the session chair to ask a question, if any, and concluding with the marking of the judgment sheet.
Okay.
Rahul, it was a good presentation and worthy content that you have displayed through the voice viewer. But I have only one question in this regard. Uh, I mean, you have shared the big data analysis and its applications, right? And it's boosting in the area of education also. And the academicians as well as the students, entrepreneurs are using big data applications to start their startups. But I have only one question in this way. Uh, what is your opinion about teaching entrepreneurship or teaching the AI and ML tools will contribute actually? And is there any business or managerial implications if we are teaching them theoretically? Will it work? Or is there any data
Your
which
voice
may
is breaking.
correlate? Is there any data which may correlate, like if academicians or the students are teaching as a core subject AI and ML and entrepreneurship, this will reflect a contribution and a worthy data management system can be developed with practically?
Sorry, the voice is breaking in between. I'm not able to get the whole question as such. Like I'm able to understand, like you are asking about like whether the AI and this big data are actually helping in improving. Is this the right question I'm getting? Like, is this
Okay,
the
Rahul,
question that
I have only,
I can.
yeah, I just wanted to know your opinion about if we are teaching to the students AI applications and ML or entrepreneurship as a core subject in their academic syllabus or a course for engineering and management, will it reflect actually in business practically
Okay,
business
again, ma'am, like
practices?
your voice is breaking. Is this like case with me or like other participants are getting the voice clearly?
Okay, no issue.
I'm
You can go ahead. Thank
okay.
you.
No, I'll just summarize the question. Rahul, you can hear me?
Network issues from my side.
Rahul, can you hear me?
Just give me a second.
Okay, there's some network issue. Okay, go ahead. All right.
Now, I would like to call our next presenter with paper ID 576, Combating Techno Stress Through Sustainable Lens. Paper ID 576, Combating Techno Stress Through Sustainable Lens.
Yes, we can take the next one.
Now, I would like to call paper ID 430, using machine learning and the K nearest neighbor classification method to assess autism risk.
You can take the next one.
Is my screen visible?
It is visible. Yes, it's visible.
So good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the respected conference for providing me the chance to present my research work. So I, Muskan from Chitkaya University, is here to present my research work on the topic using machine learning and the K nearest neighbor classification method to assess autism risk. So now proceeding forward, the roadmap of my presentation would be as follows: introduction, aim and objective, input data set, data validation, data handling, followed by the results and conclusion. So first of all, introduction. The KNN classification approach, one of the machine learning algorithm examined in this work, is used to determine a person's likelihood of developing autism spectrum disorder. The study uses a dataset that encompasses a wide range of elements and practical training such as behavioral characteristics, demographic data. The KNN technique, renowned for its simplicity and efficacy in classification tasks, is used to examine patterns within the dataset and provides predictions pertaining to the probability of autism. The results demonstrate the effectiveness of the algorithm in identifying subtle patterns within the dataset, so enhancing our comprehensive comprehension of the elements that influence the risk of autism. Now, aim and objective. Data collection is the process of acquiring and gathering information with the intention of doing research. The process of data preparation involves transforming raw data into the format that is suitable for analysis and modeling objectives. The process including in training a model. Model assessment is a commonly used term to refer to the evaluation of a predictive model's performance and effectiveness. Now, the input data set, the fundamental basis of a machine learning model is contingent upon the caliber and comprehensiveness of its input data set. The input data set is of utmost importance in training a model that uses the K nearest neighbor classification approach to evaluate the risk of autism. The construction of a reliable and effective machine learning model for ASD risk assessment is facilitated by the use of rigorous preprocessing techniques, feature engineering strategies, and careful evaluation of possible biases as shown in figure 1. Data handling in the domain of using the KNN classification technique for evaluating the risk of autism. The proficient management of categorical data holds significant importance in guaranteeing the resilience and precision of the machine learning models. The accurate and generalizable performance of the k-nearest neighbor classification approach in autism risk assessment greatly relies on the effective management of categorical data. Thus, in turn, may lead to more dependable predictions in the evaluation of autism risk, as we can see in the figure 2. Now, correlation matrix depiction. The correlation matrix is a useful tool for examining the relationships between variables, identifying possible collinearity, and informing the process of feature selection. In brief, the correlation matrix plays a crucial role in implementation of the k-nearest neighbors classification technique for evaluating the risk of autism. The aforementioned technique provides guidance in the process of selecting features, effectively deals with collinearity concerns, improves the interpretability of models, and facilitates informed decision making at various stages of the machine learning pipeline. Now, the class distribution before oversampling. The mitigation of class imbalance is crucial in order to mitigate any biases towards the majority class within the model, hence enhancing the accuracy and representativeness of autism risk predictions. In summary, it is crucial to have a comprehensive knowledge of the distribution of classes prior to using oversampling techniques in order to address the difficulties associated with unbalanced datasets when utilizing the KNN classification approach for assessing the risk of autism. Through meticulous examination of class proportions and the deliberate use of suitable oversampling techniques, researchers have the capacity to augment the model's efficacy in properly detecting people who are susceptible to autism spectrum disease, as shown in figure 4. Class distribution after oversampling. After using oversampling approaches to mitigate class imbalance in the use of KNN model classification method for autism risk assessment, it becomes imperative to evaluate and understand the resultant class distribution. This enables researchers to assess the effectiveness of oversampling strategies in establishing class balance, evaluate the performance of the model, and verify that the model retains its ability to generalize on real-world data. The use of its iterative method enables the development of prediction model for autism risk that is characterized by enhanced reliability and clinical relevance, as shown in the figure 5. Now, next slide is about classification results using KNN classifier. The classification report is a through an informative instrument for assessing the efficacy of a machine learning model, particularly in the context of using KNN classification technique for evaluating the risk of autism. The provided information offers a comprehensive analysis of essential indicators, facilitating comprehension of the efficacy of the approach. In conclusion, doing a comprehensive review of the classification report is essential when using the KNN classification technique for the purpose of assessing the risk of autism. Now, AUC curve depiction using KNN. The evaluation of machine learning model performance, particularly in KNN classification approach, heavily relies on the area under the receiver operating characteristic curve measure. The AUC value offers significant insights into the discriminatory capacity of the model in distinguishing persons with the autism spectrum disorder from those without. In summary, the AUC value has significant importance as a fundamental parameter in the use of KNN classification approach for the evaluation of autism risk. Confusion matrix evaluation using KNN. The use of confusion matrix is a pivotal technique for assessing the efficacy of a machine learning model. In the specific domain of autism risk assessment, applying the KNN approach, the visualization of a confusion matrix provides valuable insights. The use of visual representation in this context serves to improve the comprehensibility of the information and facilitates the process of making well-informed choices on the refinement of the model in accordance with the certain criteria as shown in figure 8. Now to the set conclusion. The use of machine learning, particularly the KNN classification technique in the evaluation of autism risk, seems to be a viable path towards the development of more precise and effective diagnostic instruments. This research illustrates that by using a wide range of datasets, including behavioral, characteristics, demographic data, and clinical markers, the KNN algorithm is able to identify complex patterns related to autism spectrum disorder. This study highlights the need of meticulous data preparation and comprehensive assessment of algorithm performance, emphasizing the critically of deliberate model creation. The results indicate that KNN has the potential to make a valuable contribution to the early detection of persons who are at a risk of ASD, hence enabling timely and focused therapies. Potential future research might include the integration of supplementary attributes, the investigation of the alternative machine learning techniques, and the verification of the obtained results over a wide range of populations. The integration of machine learning and autism research has significant potential to profoundly transform diagnostic methodologies and enhance results for those who are susceptible to ASD. Although there Although there was a lot of literature work that was utilized to draft this research work, but the references shown on this slide helped us in framing the major literature part of the proposed work. So to conclude, I would like to thank you for all being patient listeners. So now I'm open for question and answers.
Thank you so much, respected ma'am. That was an amazing presentation. I would request the session chair to ask question, if any, and concluding with the marking of the judgment sheet.
Dr. Kirti, you'd like to ask any questions?
Please go ahead. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, I would like to call our next presenter with paper ID 460, Predicting Employee Attrition Through HR Analytics, a Machine Learning Approach.
Good morning, one and all. Let me share the screen regarding this. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Amit University, for giving me a chance to present my paper here. This paper is my postdoctoral paper with my guide from the academics and my guide from the industry. So the topic here is on predicting employee attrition through HR analytics, a machine learning approach. This is purely a theoretical paper just to understand how machine learning works and how HR analytics also has an impact today in the industry context. So even when you are in a business forum without analytics, we are helpless. So this paper tries to address this. So when you talk of analytics, it is a methodological progression that put your statistical tools in such a way that you can get some theoretical outcomes of the business. So when you're talking of HR analytics, we can see when it's coming to employee attrition, we can see a lot of employee attrition happening, especially post-COVID, where we can see the great resignations are happening and bringing them back from the home to a job is becoming a challenging task. And we can see a lot of resignations coming in. So to deal in this, how machine learning would help the managers to resolve this complex issue is what we will try to understand. So when you're looking at the introduction, a lot of literature has been done in this domain from past 2018-19 till present. But when you look at employee attrition, it's really posing a challenge for a lot of corporations, resulting not only in the monetary losses, but also the human loss in terms of trained employees. So this study emphasized the importance of predicting employee attrition through various machine learning approaches. Predominantly here, I have taken into consideration just the 5 approaches here, and it would help the managers to plan some strategies how to retain the valuable asset in their organization. Some of the related works are done very recently in 2022 by Ramchandran, where he says effectiveness of organization by eliminating human bottlenecks and done down on repetitive works. One more done by Val et al. He says that employee characteristics are quite important whenever you're trying to predict the attrition of an employee. Then there is also an XG boost approach to say that how to forecast employees who are going to quit your organization. So likewise, some of the studies have stated some of the machine learning approaches, same has been considered for my study. So a few of the approaches that I have taken into consideration are stated below. The very first one is on decision tree. So when you talk of decision tree in machine learning approach, it helps to get valuable insights when you're looking at the historical data of an employee. These could be having some of the variables as job satisfaction, salary, work hours, etc. So taking these old data, you can see that whether an employee is happy or not happy with your work. And the decision tree can give a tree-like structure and predict a model of how the employees would be retained with you or not. So this helps us in that. Then you have one more approach, which is termed as random forest approach, RFM approach. So this approach predicts accuracy, and it's mainly used in generalization by building several decision tree on various data sets and subsets, so that the results are quite robust. And this approach reduces overfitting to produce produce a robust prediction and perform exceptionally well when dealing with a skewed data. Then comes your convolutional neural network, CNN. Within the field of human resource management, this also helps in predicting the employee attrition. It helps to, its usual CNN approach is usually used in image recognition, but here also, whenever you can talk about any qualitative aspects, especially in context underlying the human behavior, which is difficult to measure, this acts like an extraction feature. So CNN approach has been used here. Then you have support vector machines. Support vector machines have emerged as robot and versatile machine learning methods in predicting employee attrition, because it's using not only, it uses both the linear and non-linear relationship, and it also looks at the complex inherent attrition prediction. Then you have k-nearest neighbors, which talks about why attrition is happening. They'll categorize it to the nearest neighbor for the elements that's really contributing to employee turnover, and to catch the local pattern and dependency on it. So these are some of the approaches. And apart from that, you have extreme gradient boosting approach, usually termed as XGBoost, and it builds assembles of, it's just in lieu like your decision tree, which would be giving gradually increasing production of performance here. Then you have the logistic regression approach. This algorithm provides insights into likelihoods and variables, driving into the modeling of employee leaving into the features, and it talks about a linear regression relationship of predictors with a binary result. So these are some of the approaches that I have taken. There are many more approaches. When you're looking at the machine learning one, I'm not a technical person to really go into depth, but just theoretically, I just wanted to understand. To conclude, I would like to say that every approach has its own benefits, like rainforest approach, performing well-managed complex relationship. So when you're looking at decision tree, it's giving you a straightforward option, while support vector machines demonstrate remarkable abilities in capturing both linear and non-linear interaction. K-nearest neighbor is more on flexibility and intuitiveness. And when you're looking at significance and its extreme gradient boost, it is more potential in assembling technique with excellent prediction accuracy. So based on the requirement and the need, the organizations can choose any of the machine learning techniques in predicting the attrition of an employee. Finally, I would like to bring in the managerial implications here. Implementing predictive analytics for employee attrition through HR analytics offers managers the opportunity for proactive talent management. Today, we are looking at everything that is having in lieu with high performance. So how can we leave about talent management? So in this context, they try to identify who are the employees who are in the high risk of leaving the organization, how we can tailor make retention strategies if they are really high potential employees, allocate resources to them, and implement early intervention measures. So this approach allows for customization of employee engagement initiative, succession planning, and continuous monitoring workforce dynamics. Moreover, the data-driven insights enable us in cost saving as managers can address specific concerns contributing to attrition and a culture that is fostering for improvement. These are some of the references, and I'm done with my presentation.
Thank you so much, respected ma'am. That was an amazing presentation. I would like to request the session chair to ask a question, if any, and concluding with the marking of the judgment sheet.
Dr. Katie?
Yeah, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, I have one question, Dr. Pooja. You have shown you've used a number of approaches and methods for this machine learning.
Yes.
Have you done some analysis with these methods?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It's just a literature review based paper. There is none of analysis. It's more of understanding how machine learning and data analytics are helping in HR front also. That was the only agenda.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, I would like to call paper ID
Give me a minute.
576, Combating Techno Stress Through Sustainable Lens. Sir, are you there? Okay, moving on. Paper ID 531, Analysis of Eye Disease Classification from Fundus Images using different machine learning, deep learning, transfer learning.
All are over? Achha. So we are waiting. Yes, you can share your slides and you can take your print screen. Yes. Okay.
Paper ID 531 and 576. If there is anyone to present the paper, please welcome, and otherwise we'll close the session. Okay, so I think no one is there for the presentation. So I would like to conclude the session. And I would like to thank the session chair, Dr. Namrata Pancholi ma'am and Dr. Kirti Janani ma'am for their wisdom and their kind presence. Also, I would like to thank Amity University for providing us this wonderful platform and everyone for joining the session and patiently cooperating for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. So we'll just be closing the session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you, Nikita. for conducting and organizing such a wonderful conference. Very well coordinated. Thank you so much. Thank you, Namita ma'am, for being a part of this conference and inviting me.
Okay. You just like you have the judgment sheet. If you can just forward it us, you can
Yes,
forward.
ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Do I mail it to you?
Yeah. You can mail it.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nice meeting you. Thank you. Thank you.
Nice meeting. Thank you.
So we'll just close the session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Very good morning. Can I start my presentation, sir? Am I audible?
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
I request a presenter to just unshare your screen. I can see your screen. We will be starting in 5 minutes. Please unshare your screen till the time. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, ma'am.
और चेक करना सेशन चेयर कौन है।
Sir, shall I start?
Yeah, we can start shortly. We are waiting for our session chair to join. When she will join, we will be starting with our event.
Okay.
IT department, please meet Yashika Garg and Shivam as a co-host for the event.
Could you please unmute? We are not able to hear you. Could you please unmute?
So we are not talking
We
about
are
the
not able to
event.
hear you.
Yeah, we are talking in ourselves only about our guest. She is soon to arrive.
पेपर बनाने में आप लोग मदद करना।
मैम अगर आपको थियोरी भी देनी हो तो आप, अगर नहीं पार पड़ रही हो तो दे देना, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
आपके पास कितना लोग
वैसे मेरे पास 16 का है।
I request sir to mute your mic.
एक सेक्शन की बात नहीं है, दोनों सेक्शन की बात है। Yeah, thank you.
Namrata ma'am, can we start now? Namrata ma'am, if you could hear me, can we start now?
Okay, a very good afternoon to all. Sorry for being a little late because of some technical errors. Yes, Shwami can start.
Good afternoon to esteemed speakers and veteran authors and academicians. Welcome to the 4th International Conference on Innovative Practices in Technology and Management, ICIPTM 2024. Let me introduce you to my team, that is me, Shivam Gupta, and Yashika Garg. We are the coordinators for this research track. Dear authors, we begin. Allow me to share the objectives of the conference. The main objective of the conference is to provide the international platform for presenting and publishing the latest development in state-of-the-art innovative practices in technology and management with cutting-edge research outcomes related to topics of technology and management and its interdisciplinary applications. This conference offers excellent networking opportunities for the delegates to exchange new ideas and to establish research or business links, as well as to build global partnership for potential collaborations. After the immediate successful ICIPTM 2021, 22, 23, we are expecting this conference to be more exciting, stimulating, and educative. Now, I would like to introduce you all with our session chair, Ms. Namrata Pancholi, ma'am. Dr. Namrata Pancholi is Assistant Professor, Strategy and International Business Professor at Amity University, Noida. She completed her doctorate in 2007 from MLS University, Udaipur. Dr. Pancholi has over 20 years of teaching experience in management. She has taught in a number of institutions. The most prominent among them are Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani, Raj. She has presented papers in over 25 national and international conferences, including Scopus Index and IEEE conferences. She has published 25 research papers, case studies, and book chapters in Scopus Index, ABDC, UGC Index journals, Scopus Index books, case centers, UK, etc. She is also a member of editorial board and reviewing panel of few journals. Now, I would like Namrata ma'am to address the audience. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. A very good afternoon to all. A warm welcome to this conference on IEEE, and we'll just be starting our session shortly. Shivam and Yashika, they will just share about the speakers, and we can just start calling on the speakers.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Dear author, we respect your presentation. However, we'll strictly follow the timeline of 10 minutes, out of which 7 minutes is for presenting and 3 minutes is for questioning, in which you will mainly include objectives of the study, research methodology, data analysis, and conclusion. Best author will be declared in the valedictory session. Now, I would like Yashika to take over the author list.
Now, I would like to call upon our first presenter with paper ID 546. I repeat, paper ID 546, entitled Targeting Insider Threats and Zero-Day Vulnerability with Advanced Machine Learning and Behavior Analytics. Do we have the author for the paper? Paper ID 546. I repeat, paper ID 446. Mr. Somnath. As we see the author is not here, we can move on. Now, I would like to call upon our next presenter with paper ID 550. I repeat, paper ID 550, entitled Implementation of Enhanced Iris Recognition for Secure Biometric Using Machine Learning. Do we have the author? Paper ID 550. Mr. Prem Kumar, do we have the author? Okay, our next presenter with paper ID 552. I repeat, paper ID 552, entitled MFFCN Multi-Feature Fusion-Based Deep Learning Architecture for Typewritten Word Recognition System. Do we have the author?
Ma'am, I can start.
Yeah, please share your screen and you can start with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today is my topic of conference research paper is multi-feature fusion-based deep learning architecture. Multi-feature fusion-based deep learning architecture for typewritten word recognition system. So this is the structure of my presentation. Firstly, include abstract introduction and then basic process of text recognition. After that, research gap, contribution of this paper and proposed methodology. And finally, conclude the experiments and results. So here I would like to start by abstract for the preservation of cultural legacy. A cultural legacy to provide accessibility to support language learning and to facilitate effective data processing, accurate word recognition in Gurmukhi. Particularly, I focused on typewritten text that is based on Gurmukhi language only. There are different type of diacritics and other type of broken characters, sometimes through the typewriter ink density not properly filled the correct word shape, so that's why there are so many challenges in this research. My work is contribute to the same and propose multi-feature fusion based deep learning architecture that extracts both handcraft and CNN based features, then fuse all the features to extract the better accuracy. But for achieving all these steps, firstly I collect data set from different sources, and after that apply some pre-processing and segmentation techniques, finally evaluate the accuracy. So now I start by introduction. As everyone know, optical character recognition means we can extract the text data from the image, and that is converted into machine editable form. That text may be in a JPG format, PDF format, or any other format. So there are number of applications that where we can easily use the optical character recognition, like data entry automation, barcode, number plate recognition, passport verification, and so on. I little bit introduce about the Gurmukhi language. This is officially used in Punjab state, and it is a commonly used language from the 22 Indian languages. Mostly this language is used for Sikh holy scriptures, including Guru Granth Sahib and other religious Sikhism text data. And till now there is no optical character recognition for typewritten text to preserve these type of rich historical data. So as Gurmukhi has 35 characters and different type of consonants, vowels, and numerals. Gurmukhi text recognition is a great concern, and it is basically used for focusing on accurate identification and interpretation of Gurmukhi script. No doubt there are a number of challenges when we recognize any text from the image. For following all the text recognition steps, firstly I separate all the text from the image into line, word, and character. Firstly we can collect separating the line recognition that deals the entire line of the Gurmukhi text. After that, identifying and interpreting the complete words. And after separating the words, then separating the characters to identify and interpret the individual Gurmukhi characters. So after that, feature extraction in text recognition. The feature extraction is a critical step in text recognition to identify the minute details of any character, and after that pass for machine learning for classification. So there are a number of type of feature extraction techniques: intensity based features, texture based features, shape based. So I used different type of features in this approach, like feature descriptor, and after that apply some deep learning algorithms to identify the accurate results. These are the basic steps for text recognition system. Firstly, we pass the input image through scanner or through mobile phone camera. After that, pre-process for cleaning the quality of the image, segmentation, separating the line, word, and character. After that, feature extraction also capture the relevant characteristics of the image, and finally classify the model. And post processing is also we can also add for improving our results. If I apply deep learning approach, then reduce the steps of the OCR. We firstly pass the input, and after that deep learning architecture easily cover all the pre-processing methods and clean the image, and after that extracting the features automatically without manually extract the features, and after that within a few layers we can classify the data. So this is the related work. I have studied various research papers to know what type of techniques they use and what type of limitations. Most of these systems were developed for handwritten based text, whether it is a Gurmukhi or other
Sorry to
language.
disturb you in between, but your time is over. Just wind up, in 1-2
Okay.
minutes more.
Okay. So I represent the research gap. They mostly I find out in the research previous literature, no one work on a typewritten text. So that's why I focused on this topic, and this is the contribution of the paper multi-feature fusion based deep learning approach. Integrate the fast and ORB features with the CNN features. After that apply deep learning model, and finally analyzing the results. This is the proposed feature based architecture. Firstly, I can show you through the diagram. Firstly, pass the input, and after that extracting the handcraft features like fast and ORB, and after and another thing is CNN based features are also collect, and after that all the features manual based or automatic based features fuse or mix with each other, and after that classification layer is applied to identify the probability of the accurate character or matching the labels. So after that we achieve the output. And fast is a different always extract the features through the key points in a round shape, or ORB is also improve the performance when and speed when when I applied this. So these are the layers. And after that proposed typewritten word recognition. Firstly training and testing, and as you can see in the picture, firstly pass the input full page, and after that removing the noise removable, contrast enhancement, smoothing, and after that segmentation. After applying segmentation, we apply the feature extraction, three methods. First fast, CNN, ORB. After that fusing all the features achieve results, as you can see in the testing phase. So all the
Although we don't
experiments.
have many more time for you, please, I think you should
Yes,
take a last
yes,
slide
ma'am.
and conclude.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes, ma'am.
please.
I implemented all these things through the MATLAB simulator, and proposed this model through the 46,900 character images, and characters divide 175 different classes, including 35 characters, and remaining 140 is diacritics. So for testing, 10,000 words used. So as you can see, these models were evaluated based on the accuracy word recognition. CNN achieved 93%, but MFC CNN achieved 98.7% accuracy. As you can see, some errors also exist in this work, like Bindi or other diacritics cannot easily recognize. So finally, I conclude the presentation. Furthermore, the proposed CNN model multi-feature fusion based need more data, because if I extract more segmented character from data, then I can achieve easily better accuracy. So thanks for listening my presentation.
Thank you so much, Otto. That was an amazing presentation. I would request the session chair to ask the question, if any, and conclude with the marking the judgment sheet.
So Gubi, it was a nice presentation you've given. The house is also open for questions. If anybody has any questions, anybody has any questions?
Other authors can also ask the questions if they have any.
Okay, Gubi, I just want to know that what is the application of this particular model in industry? To which are the industries which can be benefited by this?
I think, ma'am, I will like to share you these type of optical character recognition software need in so many places, mostly in the government offices, like High Court or other places where we people type the text through the typewriter. But when in this time they capture the image through the mobile phone camera, then they cannot easily edit that text. So that's why. And another thing is data entry is also very difficult task. There are so many clerical staff that spend lot of time to manually convert these typewritten text into the different form or into the editable form. So that's why these optical character recognition for typewritten is help beneficial for saving their time and money as well as other sources. So I think this is only the few application, but there are endless benefits.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much. Now I would like to call upon our next paper ID 554. I repeat, 554, entitled Network Interference Detection and Rectification. Do we have the author?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can
Ma'am,
share
earlier
your.
our name is announced. Ma'am, I am Dr. Govind Murari Upadhyay.
So your paper ID
is 541.
No,
So no, your name is not announced till yet.
we're yet to
Not
announce it.
announced yet.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So please unshare your screen so that our
Okay.
author for paper
Now
ID
it is fine.
554. Yeah, I request paper author 554 to share their screen.
Ma'am, my name is okay.
Yeah, your screen is visible. You can start with your presentation. I think you should make it little bit adjustable so that it's not too big.
Yes, you can start. You can share your slides.
Yeah, you can by slideshare. You can share. You can start with your presentation.
So, before getting into the paper, I would like to share some background of the paper, background of our problem, which is in August 2023, a large video attack known as HTTP by rapid receipt occurred. Google reported that within just 2 minutes of this attack, more requests were generated than the total number of article views reported by Wikipedia for the entire month of September 2020. During the peak of the attack, Google faced over 398 million.
You're not audible, I think. You're not audible. We can't hear you.
Order, we can't hear you.
I think you're facing some network problem. I think we can't hear you.
If you want time, we can go to our next presenter till the time and you can sort it out with your problem. I think, ma'am, we should take till the time next author.
Oh, yes, we can take next.
Yeah. So let's go on upon our next presenter with paper ID 570. I repeat, paper ID 570, entitled Simple Non-Invasive Coronary Artery Diseases Detection Using Machine Learning. Do we have the author for paper 570? Let's move forward. Let's now call upon our next presenter, paper ID 541. I repeat, 541, Unmasking Deepfakes, Understanding the Technology, Risk, and Countermeasures. Do we have the author?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, please share your screen.
My screen is visible.
Yes, your screen is visible, sir. You can go.
My PPT in presentation mode.
Yeah, it's visible. You can start.
Yeah, you can start.
Do you stop entering the screen mode? Just wait for.
You want some help?
Okay, no. Good evening, all present here. I am Dr. Govind Padhya. I am presenting my presentation on the paper Unmasking Deepfakes, Understanding the Technology, Risk, and Countermeasures. So basically, it is all about deepfakes. What do you mean by the deepfakes? How can we use the technology, and what are the risks and what are the countermeasures against which are used against deepfakes? So this research explores the transformative role of the deepfake technology as a cutting-edge tool in the realm of the visual effects, filming, VFX. Deepfakes is an artificial intelligence-driven technique and has evolved controversial origin to become an invaluable assets in creating some hyper-realistic digital content. Or in nutshell, you can say that the deepfakes is widely used in today's world to create different images of fake images. And this study investigates the advancement in the deepfake algorithm, emphasizes their ability to convincingly replicate human expression, gestures, and voices. Through a comprehensive analysis of the case studies and industry practices, we have examined how deepfake technology has transcended the traditional limitation providing filmmakers. So let's discuss what do you mean by the deepfakes. And deepfake technology has the fundamental alter the landscape of the digital media, presenting both opportunities and the challenges. The term deepfake basically refers to the synthetic media generated by using some kind of artificial or machine learning or deep learning algorithms to manipulate or to alter or to fabricate some audio, some video, or some presenting some kind of images, fake images, or replacing the fake person's image. And there is due to the advancement in the machine learning and deep learning technology, the deepfake technology has led to proliferation of the manipulated media across the various domains, including entertainment, politics, and social media. Now you can see that various types of cartoons of the different political leaders and some kind of other persons can also be seen in the social media platforms. And this paper is basically aimed to delve with the intricacies of the deepfake beginning, with an overview of underlying technology that enable their creation, deep learning algorithm, particularly generative AI adversarial network, that is also known as a GANs, autoencoders, which plays a very important role in generating some synthetic images by learning or by learning from the large amount of databases, from videos, from images, and or from audio recordings. So these are some deepfake images. In first phase, we are looking at original image. Here it is a fake image. And there is a manipulation of localization of information where the information is mostly localized. In this figure, you can see that the original images are shown in the first column and fake images are shown in the second column. Both images are identical, which cannot be distinguished from the visual perception. In the second figure, the face swap, we have original image and fake images. There are different gestures of the persons are presented. So these deepfake technology uses basically the machine learning algorithms. Machine learning algorithms are classified into two types of categories: supervised learnings and unsupervised learning. Supervised models uses the large amount of databases of real and synthetic images or videos with corresponding labels. Or you can say that the supervised machine learning methods require some labeled data to generate the fake images, and the supervised learning model will gain the knowledge from the labeled data and will generate the output. On the other hand, the opposite to this is unsupervised learning, where some deepfake technology, particularly the GAN, employs unsupervised learning methods. GAN consists of basically two parts. One is a generator and second one is a discriminator. Generator will create the synthetic content and the discriminator evaluate its authenticity, whether it is above the acceptable threshold or below the threshold. If it is above the threshold, then it is accepted. Or if it is below the threshold, then it is rejected. So nowadays, machine learning, or you can say the supervised learning methods which are used for deriving deepfake models require large amount of data. On the other hand, the unsupervised learning algorithms do not require large amount of data. So these are deep neural network is also used. The use of deep neural networks is a fundamental to deepfake technology. These networks consist of the multiple layers of the interconnected nodes, enabling the model to learn complex patterns and representation from the input data. The CNNs are often employed for the image-based deepfakes, while the RNNs, or you can call it as a recurrent neural network, are also used for video-based application, which that is, you can get the videos which are generated by using deepfake technology. In the same way, autoencoders are also neural net architectures used for the unsupervised learning. In the context of deepfake, autoencoders can also be employed to encode and decode facial features, expressions, and all. So this is all about the basic flow of deepfake images. Generation, we have deepfake images. Deepfake images is structured into fake and real images. Then the data set is split between training and testing. And 90%, you can change it for 80 to 20, 70 to 30. And this is a general model, that is 90% data is used for the training and 10% data is used for testing. And there are various type of neural network based approach, deep neural network based approach are used. And you can, from this model, the different fake faces and real faces can be compared. So the use of deepfakes as a tool in the VFX production, because the VFX is widely used for the positive sense, in the negative sense. In positive sense, they are used in the technical advancement and the realism, efficiency in the VFX workflow, character and performance replication, narrative possibility and creation freedom, challenges and ethical consideration. While in the negative sense, the deep fake images are also used to defame any person or the identity of any person in some illegal activities. So deep fake is a positive thing, and deep fake can also be a negative thing also. In the proposed research work, this study is designed to provide a complete understanding of the role of the deepfake technology as a tool in the visual effects production. The methodology encompasses several key components, including data collection, analysis, interpretation, to address the research objective effectively. First of all, interviews and surveys objective to gather insight from the industry professional, filmmaker, and expert in the field. And the method to be used, the conduct semi-structured interviews with VFX professional, filmmakers, and researchers involved in the deepfake applications. Additionally, administrator surveys to gather the quantitative data on industry perspectives, challenges. In the same way, the technical analysis, the main objective of this phase is to assess the technical aspects of deepfake algorithms and their integration into how we can combine the algorithms or generate new algorithms having the VFX workflow. So an ethical framework analysis and to examine the ethical implication and
Sorry to
consideration.
disturb you, but your time limit is over. I request you to just wind up in 1 more minute.
I am just binding in just last 20 to 30 seconds.
Sure, sir.
The exploration into role of deepfake. I will conclude my objective as the exploration into the role of deepfake technology as a tool into visual artifact effects. Film production has revealed a landscape by transforming possibilities in consideration. This study also amalgamated insights from literature reviews, case studies, interviews, quantitative analysis to provide a nuanced understanding of the deepfake impacts.
Hey, Dr. Govind, we just trying to stop you in between, but we just want to know what is your work? Means what is your
We have done only the technical survey of this one, how deepfake technology can be used in VFX film production.
So, surveys have been done where
by using by interacting with the VFX professionals, or we have also analyzed.
No, but then that kind of no data has been given here that you have interacted with those.
It is not presented in the PPT, but it is mentioned in the paper also.
Then what is the output of that? What is the outcome? What is the result? What have you analyzed?
We have analyzed that this by using VFX technology.
What are the methods you have used to analyze it?
We have just we have compared the different methods which are used for the deepfake technology for generation. For example, GAN is also used, supervised or CNNs and autoencoders and all.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Patil. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Otto. That was a very amazing presentation. Any more questions from session chair or any of the author present here?
No more questions from my side.
Any author? Okay, thank you. Now, I would like to call upon our next presenter with paper ID. With paper ID 532, I repeat, paper ID 532, entitled A Comprehensive Study of Agile Project Management Tools. Do we have the author here?
Yes, I am present. Sharing my screen.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. You can. Your screen is visible. You can start the presentation.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very delighted to be present here and sharing my knowledge with you. So, I'm along with my co-author, Dr. Mugdha Kulkarni, and I'm presenting on the topic, a comprehensive study on agile project management tools. So, in the background part, why we did this type of study. So currently we are seeing that agile project management practices are evolving in the organizations. Every organization wants to adapt such practices and adopt the agile project management tools, like very popular ones, like ClickUp, Rally, and Asana. So this type of softwares are used by the industry, but currently they are having very less research related to their features and usability, and how any organization can optimize these tools very well. So we saw that there is a challenge to completely optimize the tool and understand which tool is perfectly for our project works as per their needs. So this is the purpose to start with, and the objective we want to cover it to analyze the difference among the popular agile project management tools in their level of usability, effectiveness, and what are the factors are important for the organization to see, like user adoption factors, what are that, and acceptance of project, what are the challenges may come up with the acceptance of agile project management tools. So we first analyze the literature part, what are the study available related to our topic. So we saw that there are some studies available but not directly related to with that, like in, project management tools is always helpful to share the knowledge management related to project work. There are particular focus on the confluence and target processes, and they are also there is one study with related to the project management software utilization and so their performance. So this type of study is there, but related to comparative study of the agile project management tools are missed. So research methodology part will cover by the ma'am.
So when we started with our research methodology, we have utilized framework utilization is employed as an we have done a review of literature kind of a thing. We have used 26 data research papers which had a specific wording related to our topic, and then did a content analysis using NVivo 14 version. Top 50 words as a minimum characters was taken into consideration to enhance the accuracy of it, because we tried making the stop words and all those kind of things, because repetitive words were coming which were not related to our topic. So we kept the minimum length as 50. Continue. Can you change the slide? Yeah. So then we did our data analysis. The data analysis is into two parts, where we did cloud analysis. And the cloud analysis helped us to understand the main areas of existing research about agile project tools. And the analysis also highlighted the terms about project management, software development. So our focus was basically to check the prominently highlighted words like agile methodology, investigate different project management tools. Are these project management tools related to agile methodology? So we were trying to find those relationship in those word cloud. So we found many absence of specific agile project management tools names in the gives us the opportunity to explore more on this subject. Shivani will continue. Thank you. Come in. Sorry, can you see the slide?
Yes, we can see.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, we can see the slide. No, now it is.
Hello,
not.
ma'am.
Yes.
It's been unshared.
Yeah. Now we can't see.
Hello.
Yes, now we can't see the slides.
Hello.
Yes, you can hear us?
Yes, ma'am. Can you
I
see
can
the
see your.
slide?
No, I can't see the slide. Now I can see. Now I can see.
Okay.
Now we can see your slides.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry for the. I'll
No.
start. And then we are on. We are on the discussion part.
Yes. So we compared the currently available ClickUp, Asana, Rally, and Zoho Strip, and Trello is the popular agile project management tools in our study on the different parameters. And here's the discussion part where we are talking about the strength and weakness. So if talking about the ClickUp software management tool, so it is available on multiple price point, and platform availability is there for like Android, iOS, and mobile availability, and having extensive features. But it is lacking in limited customization option, and it is less user friendly for the beginners. And Asana is one of the tool having other features, but basic portfolio views and having limited customization and weaker reporting.
as compared to other available tool in the market. Rally is one of the very good tool to use, but it is only available for the enterprise level and having all the facility for the agile project management tools. But the weakness of this tool is interface is little bit clustered. If you Rally can improve their UI. And the Zoho sprint part. So Zoho is lagging in the customization and limited integration with the other third-party softwares and API accesses. And they are having little basic features as compared to other software management tools available in the market. And Trello is one of the product of Atlassian. So it is more compatible with the Atlassian products as compared to other products. So, and having limited features as compared to other products available in the market. So we are concluding our presentation here. So as per our understanding and research, we found that there is no one universal solution to completely optimize or choose the right project management tool, agile project management tool. It's completely depend on the organization's need and project requirements. So it is very important for the organization to first analyze their requirement and map their requirement with the available agile project management tools and then select the particular tool.
These are some of our references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was an amazing presentation. I would
Sorry
request the
for the
session chair.
technical. Yeah.
Not an issue. I would request now session chair to ask the questions and the authors if they have any.
No, it was really a good presentation, good work done. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. We'll
Thank
get
you.
go for the next presentation.
Thank
Hello,
you. Now we
ma'am.
have a
May I start my presentation?
ma'am. We have 1 to more
Paper ID
presentations.
554.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello,
ma'am. We have
ma'am. Ma'am. Hello.
yeah. Yes. So
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I am from track 9 and I am not able to join track 9. So I've asked conference chair. So they have given me
yes.
the link of this track number 10.
So could you
And
please tell me your paper ID?
my paper ID is 567.
567. Okay.
Okay, so we'll just call you when your turn comes.
Okay,
We'll call you.
Hello,
okay.
ma'am.
I'm here.
Hello,
Okay.
ma'am. May I start with my presentation? Paper ID 554.
Ma'am, we are going line wise. So once our presentations are over, which are lined up, you will be given the chance at the last to present your paper now. Now I would like to call upon our next presenter with paper ID 192. I repeat, paper ID 192. Enhancing the web-based learning behavior of Indian students, a study utilizing the technology acceptance and adaptation model. Do we have the author?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
You are audible, ma'am. You can start with the presentation.
Yeah. I'll just share my screen, ma'am. Ma'am, is the screen visible?
Yeah, your screen is visible. You can start.
Okay. So my name is Preeti Sharma and I will be giving the presentation on my paper title Assessing the Web-Based Learning Behavior of Indian Students, a study utilizing the technology acceptance and adoption model, authored by me, myself, Preeti Sharma, Dr. Vikas Sharma and Dr. Sanjay. So the aim of this paper is to delete the patterns of the online education adoption among the students and to gain the insight into their behaviors as to what is their perception while going through the online classes and going through the online modules. The study seeks to gain the deeper understanding of the students' perspective on online learning and identifying the where are the barriers that are potentially hindering its acceptance and why are still certain university and the college students still not comfortable with the online pattern. Given the current global pandemic, the online learning, as we all know, has emerged a predominant model of education in terms of various aspects as to online material, which we are getting, the online notes, online lectures and sessions, particularly in various developing countries, including India, which it has offered increased flexibility and effectiveness. COVID-19 pandemic emergency further underscored the imperative of e-learning, mandating its integration into the curricula of education institutions worldwide, spanning from school and universities to colleges. And now there are certain applications like Google Meet, MS Teams, Blackboard, etc., where even the school students can have an access to the classes. And as we all know that it is quite easy to operate and have an understanding while having the online board system. The diagrams and the presentations are also being seen and can be understood very nicely. E-learning emerged as a novel pedagogical approach, and there are certain challenging circumstances. So, the basically in this paper, we are going to have an understanding as to what is the perception of the students, even though the online education system has improved to such an extent. Still, is there an acceptability, and what are various barriers still? The students are not accepting the delivery mode and still opt for the physical mode. So there are certain hypotheses that has been developed. The first hypothesis, a successful online course delivery has a considerable impact on students' behavior and e-learning. So it is basically an association between successful delivery and e-learning behavior acceptance that is stated in this hypothesis. The second hypothesis, the availability of high quality content has a considerable impact on the intention to engage in e-learning. In this hypothesis, the purpose is to ascertain whether the students in higher education enjoy the quality of the information and the services that is being provided, which they are receiving using the e-line pattern or using the online pattern. The next hypothesis, the COVID-19 pandemic has a little bearing on the desire of online learning. So this hypothesis establishes a linkage between the COVID-19 pandemic and the e-learning buying intention as to various paid notes and online material. And the last hypothesis states the social influence, which significantly affects the e-learning
Sorry to
intention. So in
interrupt.
this hypothesis, yes,
Priti,
ma'am.
sorry to interrupt. Your slides aren't moving. Your slides are not moving. If you're moving it, we can't see it.
Ma'am, slides are not moving.
Yes, now it's moving.
Ma'am, is it fine now?
Yes, it's fine now. You can start with it again. It's fine now. Okay.
Is it? Uh, Ma'am, I am on the third slide.
Yes, it is visible. It is visible.
Just a minute, ma'am.
Yes, visible. It is visible. You can just go ahead.
It's moving now? Okay.
It is moving now. Now
So
we
the
can see.
last hypothesis is the social influence, which significantly affects the e-learning intention. Okay, ma'am. So the last hypothesis aims to show how social relationships like parents, friends, and
Your voice is
teachers,
breaking.
they have an impact on the people's acceptance of e-learning. This figure states the theoretical model of the paper, in which it has been said. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. The effective delivery. Okay, ma'am. Effective delivery impact.
I think you have a network issue with you. We can't hear you.
Effective delivery.
There's some network issue. We can't hear you. There's some network issue.
Construct.
There's a network issue, I think, at your end, so we can't hear you. Or what you can do is, if there's some serious network issue, or maybe you can
Impact of
share your
COVID-19,
slide.
the second, availability of quality content, and social influence, the fourth construct, are significantly influencing the purchase intention to the use of e-learning. So these are the three research questions that has been framed. The first one, to assess how students feel about e-learning. Second, to identify the significant. Hello.
Yes.
Ma'am, shall I
Please
move ahead?
continue. Yeah, you continue. You go ahead. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Ma'am, shall I continue?
Yes, please continue. Please continue. Continue, please. You can please continue and just please wind up. You can continue, please.
Ma'am, I can't hear you. Your voice is cracking.
Ma'am, you can continue with your presentation. We are listening to you. You can continue with your presentation.
Ma'am, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. You can continue with your presentation, ma'am.
The next portion, the next slide is methodology. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes,
So the
ma'am, you are.
descriptive research design was required in this particular study. Exploratory factory analysis. Okay, ma'am. So the normality test has been conducted for the question. Ma'am, shall I continue speaking?
You please, I think we'll
Okay.
better if you can please wind up early because there's a lot of network issue at your end. Please wind up, no? Please
Okay.
wind up.
So the exploratory factor analysis was utilized for the data analysis to fulfill the objectives. The student perception of e-learning and finding the influential elements in the online education has been tested. The questionnaire has been sent to the respondent. 230 students were chosen to complete the survey, out of which 197 people have responded and has been selected for the data analysis. Big test has been conducted. Okay, ma'am. Scope of the future is, and the significant consideration can be done while studying the geographically, while studying the various regions which has not been covered, as the study is centric to Punjab's region only. So the broader concept can also be taken into consideration. Various cultural backgrounds and certain other education systems can also be taken into consideration. Longitudinal studies can be taken into the consideration to monitor the e-learning pattern and adoption for an extended period. So I would like to end my presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a good presentation. I would request session chair to ask any questions or another author.
Okay, it was a very good research done. Although there were a lot of network issues, I think, at your end, but I think it was a good presentation.
Thank you,
I have no
ma'am.
questions. Okay, I have no questions. We can go for the next presenter, please.
Okay, now I would like to call our next presenter with paper ID 554. I repeat, 554, Network Interference Detection and Rectification.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, you can start with your presentation.
Okay.
You can
So
start. Your
before
screen
getting
is
into our paper, hello?
Yes.
You can start with your presentation. Your screen is visible. Go.
Okay. Before getting into the presentation, I have to share the background of the problem, which is in August 2023, a large DDoS attack known as HTTP by 2 rapid reset occurred. Google reported that within just 2 minutes of this attack, more requests were generated than the total number of articles were reported by Wikipedia for the entire month of September 2023. During the peak of the attack, Google faced over 398 million requests per second. So, because of this problem, we created our desktop application, which is Network Interference Detection and Rectification. The objective of this project is ensure continuous functionality of computer networks for business and critical infrastructure success. The technologies used is cutting-edge tools like machine learning and anomaly detection. Methodology used is monitor network traffic and system logs for anomalies. Analysis, in-depth examination of traffic patterns and identification of attack signature. Detection, prompt detection of anomalies for accurate identification of network attacks. Components, real-time monitoring, comprehensive attack signatures, databases, and intelligence alerting. Target, in empowering small-scale organizations to safeguard their data against evolving cyber threats. The surge in internet data raises security concerns, notably with malicious intrusions in finance and health sectors. Conventional ideas are complex, promoting exploration of user-friendly methods for need users. Paper simplifies machine learning ideas for needs focusing videos attacks. Performance of random forest and Gaussian naive models evaluated, highlighting random forest efficacy. Prompt detection and accuracy crucial for mitigation videos attack. Research introduces hybrid hardware-software approach to enhance packet filtering and mitigation in IPv4. Literature review. The lightweight model for DDoS attack detection. This paper employs mode to address data set imbalance and prevent overfitting in the context of a lightweight intrusion detection system. Utilizes ML classifiers such as logistic regression, random forest, naive Bayes, etc. The database employed in the study, Tone IoT and Boat IoT, are the major datasets we have used. Anomaly detection by a classifier enhances security by categorizing network traffic and evaluating performance metric performed. Random forest perform well under Tone IoT and naive Bayes perform well under Boat IoT. The accuracy is about 99%. Then the DDoS attack revelation system. Paper addresses growing security concerns tied to internet data search, focusing on threats to sensitive information. Emphasize risk from malicious intrusions like malware and botnet, calling for better intrusion detection methods. Highlights data security challenges, particularly in distributed denial of service attacks. Use Kaggle data for DDoS analysis and with random forest and MLP models. Use both big data and non-big data approaches. Results show high accuracy, which is about 99% for both models with big data approach in training and testing times. This is our architecture. So two main parts, machine learning for model creation and live working for intrusion detection. Pre-processing involves creating 3 data frame collections, 2 for testing and 1 for training. Algorithm used to create models random forest classifier, which have the highest accuracy. Models are evaluated for accuracy using both normal and attack packets. Best performing model is used for live detection versus incoming packet, processes them for the ML model and analyzes them for attack. Detected attacks are mitigated preferably by blocking the attacker. This is the analysis of our project using random forest and Gaussian naive algorithm. So, random forest classifier gives the accuracy of 99.2 and Gaussian naive gives the accuracy of 90% of accuracy. So, these are the equations which is mentioned in our paper. This is the difference between the Gaussian naive and random forest algorithms, the training time, the prediction time, and the accuracy. These are our results of our project, which is the welcome page. This is our welcome page, and this is the login page we created, and this is the part for packet snipping, and which also calculate for packet analyzer. On start of the packet snipper, the incoming packet details are shown as rows. The conclusion. This conference paper addressing rising cyberspace concerns, notably denial service attacks, suggests potential solutions, which emphasize challenges in detecting and mitigating such attacks. The paper in modern machine learning tools for those detection. It acknowledges varying accuracy levels and develop different models. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a good presentation. Now I would like to request the session chair to ask any questions.
I just want to know what is the application of this research paper that you have submitted to the industry. What is the application here?
The application is mainly for the daily users, where we are facing too much those attacks. Like we are redirecting to different sites, and there are some action denial of services. And this is a simplified app which is live to use, and this is very good for small scale businesses.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. We can have the next presenter, please.
Thank you so much. Now our next presenter with paper ID 461. I repeat, paper ID 461 entitled Top Management Team and Firm Performance Evidence from UMA. Do we have the author over here?
Very good afternoon, one and all. I hope I am audible. I will be starting my presentation right now. I am Dr. Fayaz Ahmed, along with my co-author, Dr. Umair Syed Gupta. I am presenting the paper ID 461 titled Top Management Team and Firm Performance Evidence from Oman. The prior literature suggests that diverse attributes of leaders are a source of better decision-making that translates into better performance by the company. In the corporate world, where individuals change the company's fortune with their ability to make certain consequential decisions that others are not confident to take. The top management team has an impact on firms' performance. Upper echelon theory states that the role of upper management is critical and TMT traits affect the outcomes of the business. This study explores the relationship between foreign CEO and their impact on business performance. However, due to the multiple pressures, it may have a negative influence on the performance of the company. Therefore, the study takes the view from upper echelon theory and explores the relationship between the quality traits of the CEO's impact on the firm's outcomes. I am moving on to the context of Oman and the Gulf region. We find, interestingly, the top management team with the upper echelon perspective identify that executives, especially CEO personality traits, have a significant impact on business. CEOs are required to have multiple skills to perform in the dynamic business environment. The businesses that select CEOs with the foreign exposure are well placed to carry out their business activities in foreign markets. Hence, it becomes a source of competitive advantage and it translates into enhanced business performance. In this context, the first hypothesis of the study is proposed based on the theoretical review. So we find that Wang and Chen identified and discussed the role of personality which positively impact the financial performance of the organization. Also, Carpenter in 2001, he discusses the social impact of the CEOs into the foreign organizations, especially which are located in the Sultanate of Oman. Gender diversity is still an issue in many parts of the world, and we find it is relatively to the steady area. In Oman, 30% of top management positions are occupied by women in Petroleum Development Oman Corporation, which is quite encouraging. Diversity brings many new ideas that includes the financial performance, big growth, and the profitability aspects as well. CEO plays a vital role in determining the firm performance, and the top management team, which is diverse, brings new ideas. In this context, based on the discussion above regarding the foreign exposure and its impact on business performance in Oman, the first hypothesis of the study is framed. Foreign CEOs hurt the firm's performance due to the institutional pressure on the firm. So we have used the data which is gathered from listed firms of Muscat securities market in Oman. The study followed the econometric model of OLS regression to test the hypothesis of the study, along with the dependent and independent variables, including the moderate variables. So the main independent variable of the study is the foreign CEOs of the company. To gather this data, we selected the company and searched on the website to get the basic information about the CEO of the company. Now I am moving on to the findings and discussions. There are 510 apologies, 610 observations and 57 unique firms are identified from the year 2010 to 2020. For the selected companies and years, all the relevant data is available and there are no missing values. To estimate how CEOs, especially belongs to foreign territory, affects the performance of the firm, we first run the OLS regression to test hypothesis 1 of the study. The results are presented in table number 1 and slide number 7, which is presented in front of you. We find that the profitability measures profit margin. The results are not significant, but this variable results negative sign and also shows the same phenomenon as discussed earlier in the review of literature. We can see the results indicate the performance is positively related to the presence of a foreign CEO. It indicates that the company becomes less cost effective with this attribute of the CEO. It signifies that foreign CEOs are not able to control their expenses and they make more expenses to get similar output from the operations of the company. The value of the adjusted The value of the adjusted R-square and p-value of the model shows that the model is good and variables indicate a significant variation in the value of dependent variables. However, for some performance variables, the adjacent R-square value is on the lower side. Still, in finance literature, it is also acceptable as indicated by previous studies as such topics. My dear researchers, now I am going with the conclusion part. In the context of Oman, we empirically investigated the relationship between CEOs with the foreign nationality and firm performance. For firm performance, we use multiple performance indicators like profitability, productivity, and efficiency to ascertain how specific personality attributes of the CEO impact the company's performance. The job security is a million-dollar question in the foreign territory, usually even for the foreign CEOs. We find it this is as one of the variables which needs to be addressed in the future research. And foreign CEOs, they bring the diverse experience to the organization which are located in the study area. The result of this study suggests that even though diverse experience and exposures are beneficial for the organization, especially for the corporate world, literature shows that this has a positive impact as well. Hence, we conclude that the foreigner's presence has its positives and negatives, which needs to be studied in more detail to use diverse resources effectively for better decision making. Now, I will move on to the question and answer session, if any.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a nice presentation. I would request session chair to ask any questions.
I have no questions. You can go with me.
Yes,
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dr. Namrata.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to go upon our next presenter with paper ID 567. I repeat, 567, entitled Designing Embedded System Laboratory Using a GNU Controller for Outline BCA Education. Do we have the author?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I am here.
Okay, so you can present your screen.
Yeah. Is this screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible. You can start.
Okay, good afternoon all. I'm here to present designing embedded system laboratory using Arduino controller for online BCA education. Myself is Shailesh Khan. My co-author is Dr. Atul Patel, and we are from Charusat University located in Gujarat. Here is the outline. Abstract, introduction, what do we mean by embedded system, and what are the proposed experiments that we want to implement, conclusion, future scope, and the references. Nowadays, after COVID-19, we have seen that many of the universities have started with online education. Now, online education becomes general trends, right? So, what people are doing, they are working also as well as they are studying also. So many of the university, including yours university, Amit University also has the online BCA programs. and our university has just started that online BCA programs. Actually, we have started online BCA, MCA, and other programs also. But BCA program specifically includes some technical courses. One of the technical course is embedded system. Embedded system is basically dealing with the Internet of Things, IoT based experiments and other things. So how student can learn that specific subject just by sitting at home without using specific hardware. No hardware is required in that. By online tools, students can able to learn by themselves, and we have uploaded the video. So I'm going to show you some demonstration how we can able to design the system. So in this paper, we have included some of the experiments related with embedded system and Internet of Things, which include some sensors like ultrasonic sensor, gas sensor, PIS sensor, and servo motors and others. That is introduction which I have just said. Okay, so what we are going to do is for BCA program, as I told you, the main core subject is embedded system design. To design any kind of embedded system, we required one specific controller. That controller is Arduino controller. Except Arduino, there are other controllers also available. But the things which we have designed is using the Arduino controller and the online tool. The tool name is Tinkercad. So let me give you the idea about a brief about the embedded system first, and then I will explain the different experiments. Whenever you want to design any kind of Internet of Things embedded system, you will need to get the data from devices. These devices which receives the data from environments are known as sensor. The data which is collected from sensors are analog in nature, and our controller can understand in digital things. So what we'll need to do is we'll need to convert the analog data into digital data. The processor Arduino processes the data and once again give it to the output devices, and output devices will actuate that particular output. These are some of the devices which we have used, like Arduino controller, potentiometer, LCD for display, servo motor, ultrasonic sensor, gas sensor, PIS sensor, and other display. These are some of the figures. The first figure which is there is for Arduino. The second one which shows two kind of speaker is ultrasonic sensor. Just besides this, there is an LCD. The lower one is potentiometer. The last one is 7-segment display, and others are sensors. The first experiment that we can teach online for the students, we have designed using Tinkercad tool is a 7-segment display interface with the Arduino. As you can see that there are number of wires. All these things are virtual. No actual hardware is required. Student can able to understand it virtually totally. So these experiments include 7-segment display, 2 registers. This dotted kind of device is known as breadboard and Arduino. So by writing the programs are not included here, but we'll need to write the code for that specific thing, and we can able to get the desired numbers and desired characters using this 7-segment display. This is similar kind of thing. This circular kind of thing is a potentiometer. It is kind of a knob that we are using to increase the volume or to decrease the volume. So just by using this knob, we can able to control the brightness of these LEDs. Brightness of this device can be controlled using this knob. This is one more experiment. The third experiment is related to this gas sensor. Whenever there is a smoke present around you, then we can able to detect the smoke, and we can able to display the message on main notice board or somewhere say smoke is present. This kind of experiment can be used mostly in the industry. So student can design all these thing online. In the similar kind of thing, we are having the potentiometer and servo motor. This right side device is known as the servo motor. So what happens is whenever we are moving the knob of this device, potentiometer, then we can able to control the direction of the devices, this IoT device, which is located on the right hand side. One more experiment we have included is ultrasonic sensor. There is a ultrasonic frequency which human cannot able to receive, but some specific animals or birds can able to receive. But if we'll use this ultrasonic frequency, then we are able to find out the distance between my device and object. It can find the object, and how long that object is located, it can find out. So these kind of projects can be developed by the student virtually. The sixth experiment or application is controlling the DC motor. Just by writing the coding, we can able to control two DC motor. This L293 is written in between. There is one IC. The last experiment which you have included is the keypad with Arduino. This kind of system can be used to develop password-based protection system. So without having this keypad, without having this Arduino, student can able to design this virtually. And this kind of things we are following in our online education. Our BCA students, we have planned to teach them in this fashion. That is all about the 7 experiments. So now conclusion. This is a virtual laboratory. This is specifically designed to teach embedded system design or IoT based course to online BCA programs or universities. Online tool Tinkercad, this which is freely available for the students, can be used for simulation purpose. We are using the Arduino controller with several input and output devices, and just by varying the inputs, we can able to control the outputs. As I told you, we have simulated all these 7 experiments, which will be useful to the students. In the future, we can do similar kind of thing, like we can develop the laboratory, which is based on robotics. Our next plan is to design this kind of virtual laboratory for robotics. This same kind of thing can be used for online MCA, online MTech. Our university has planned to start these courses, and other online tools like Walkme can also be used. These are some references. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. This was an amazing presentation. Thank you so much, sir. This was an amazing presentation. Now I would request session chair to ask any questions.
Yes, Dr. Shailendra, it was really a wonderful presentation, and
Yes, ma'am.
you tried to bring out how technology can be used to deliver education and
Yes.
knowledge. But not only that, it's limited to that, but how even at the student level they can use technology to learn and also to produce models which can really help the industry. So I think
Yes, yes.
that's a really
Thank you,
great
ma'am.
work which is being done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Now I would like to, in last, announce the final call for the presenters, those who are lit for track 10. Paper ID 546. Any of the author is here to present it? 546. Okay. Paper ID 550. Do we have anyone from 550? Okay. Then paper ID 570. Do we have anyone from 570? Ma'am, with due permission, can we close the session? We have no more authors.
Right.
So I would like to thank session chair, Dr. Namrata Pancholi, for their wisdom and their kind presence. Also, I would like to thank everyone for joining the session and patiently cooperating for being a wonderful audience. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
I would
Thank you,
request
ma'am.
IT team to just unrecord the session and you can close with the session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.